Hello everyone, I am Rex Red and I am back with another EZ3DTV tutorial, and we are going to be working with C++ today to see if there's an issue, how to fix C++, what kind of things in relation to Daz Studio. Now Daz Studio is, I don't know a lot about this, okay, but I probably know more than most people. Okay, and these sunglasses inside the house don't seem to work too well. I just do that at the beginning so I can look like really cool, you know? So I don't know. So people might click on my video and say, "What's that?" And then when they see, "Oh, it's about C++, yay." But if you have a problem with Daz Studio, some things that aren't working right, if Daz Studio keeps crashing on you, and if you are the kind of person who installs a lot of things on your computer, you're constantly installing things on your computer, they can sometimes alter C++, possibly. I don't know. They could add certain code to certain redistributable libraries. I don't know exactly what that means. So that's what this is about. It's about kind of just looking all of these problems over and possibly being able to find a fix for them. Now, what inspired me to make this video was I have been having a problem with a certain program, okay? Now, and this is MoPath, okay? And Typey, and both of these programs are from Alvin Bimar, okay? And Alvin Bimar makes the most amazing stuff. I mean, for Daz Studio, it is absolutely, I mean, it's like hundreds of times beyond my ability to kind of perceive how these things are even made, okay? Because I am just not that smart when it comes to, I'm an artist. I'm not like a programmer and a developer and things like that. And so how these things are made go way beyond my skill. Welcome, welcome, people. Welcome. And so this is why, I believe Alvin Bimar, he might not, I don't know, he always puts out videos that don't have any speaking in them, which kind of makes me think that maybe and with a name like Bimar, that maybe French is his primary language, or something, some language that he speaks, and he just isn't comfortable making videos in English. And so he just makes videos with no talking, and it makes learning something very difficult. And also, now here is the thread that he posted in the Daz forum on the product MoPath. And he's been in here, I think, once. Hi, Bezier nodes can be created. Okay, so this is from Alberto, which I believe Alberto is Alvin Bimar. I'm not sure. Maybe Alvin is short for Alberto. Okay, so, but can be created and edited using this plugin. Okay, so he has posted in here, and he also, thank you for your suggestion. It is not possible at the moment, but I'll give it some thought. So he used a translator, I don't know, to and said thank you here. But then I posted stuff in here saying I was having problems. Okay, my camera just shut off. Okay, that's not good. My camera shut off. I'll be back in a moment. Let's see, can we get back here? Okay, so I hope this isn't going to be a recurring problem today. So I mentioned that I've got a couple of problems with his programs. When I use the new Daz Premiere program has built within it a shape program that allows you to use, it's actually figure converter. Okay, well, it's not compatible with two of Alvin Bimar's programs. It's not compatible with MoPath, and it's not compatible with Typey. And when I go to use those programs, they crash Daz. Okay, Daz crashes. Okay, it doesn't just pop up and say, oh, you have to uninstall these, or there's no, it just crashes, and then you have to look at the crash report, the log, the crash report that comes up, and it tells you that it crashed because of MoPath and Typey 3D. So I went in and uninstalled them, and then suddenly Figure Converter worked. But then there's another issue with welcome people, welcome. So then there's another issue with, and see, these programs, I want them to work. I bought them. I want them to work very well. I want to start this out in a kind of, to give you some background, okay? As much background as I understand myself, and it's not that much, but it might be more than some people, and we might end up with somebody in the chat who knows a lot more about this than I do, okay? Because Daz Studio is built, and if I say something wrong, it's because I have no idea what I'm talking about. My beard looks kind of weird. And that is that I'm going to just say what I think, okay? And if I'm wrong, please correct me in the comments. But Daz Studio is built on the C++ library. And the C++ library, is a lot of games are built on that. Like you install like some of these big games like Assassin's Creed and the Blizzard games, World of Warcraft. And after you install the game, it pops up and it says, okay, it's installing the C++ library. And usually it doesn't need to install it because it's already on your computer. Like yesterday, every day since Premiere has been out, Daz has been adding more stuff to Premiere. Okay, so it, like when I first got Premiere, it was like there were just a couple of files that downloaded and installed. There was an update to my Daz 4.0, and that updated, and then this, so because this one is 4.21, it was like 4.20, and this is like 4.21. So there was an update to 4.20 as soon as when they came out with the new subscription. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I immediately went for it. And then I went into, after I paid for it and became a member, I went in, it wasn't available yet even. But there was an update to, because I update almost every day, there was an update for Daz 4.20, and I updated it, and there was some extra stuff, but it just in there that looked like it was part of Premiere, and it wasn't until the next day that they came out with the actual 4.21 version and a bunch of stuff, okay? Well, I went in and I tried to use the figure converter part of the Daz 4.21, and it crashed, just like it crashed with 4.20. And so I figured, okay, they haven't fixed this, okay? So they've come out with all this extra stuff and redundant stuff and all kinds of stuff, but they just haven't fixed this problem with Alvin Beamer's products, okay? Alvin Beamer's product, one of them is Type E3D, and the other one is MoPath, which I just bought and doesn't work right, okay? And I've been into his, this is his thread, okay? And I've said, okay, as you can see, these Rex Red, somebody else said, I own 12 of your 30 products, and this is one of them. I just recently purchased, downloaded, but uninstalled. Good afternoon, Angus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's lovely to have you here. Thanks for coming by, Angus, and being part of so we have Eve and Kemet here and a few others. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome. So Type E3D works perfectly, but I cannot keep it installed in Daz because it takes control of, I think, C++. It's like takes over this path to C++. And and it doesn't let go. And so when figure converter goes to use the C++, Typey is there saying, you can't have this, okay? And then when I uninstall Typey 3D, then figure converter goes to use it, and MoPath, which is another one of Alvin's programs, says, you're not going to use it. I'm using this. So I uninstall MoPath, and then figure converter works, okay? So that's the workaround, is that you just uninstall that, okay, and then figure converter works. And then when I want to use Type E3D or MoPath, I just install them. That's an ugly way to do things, but it's a workaround, okay? But the problem is with MoPath, everything works with MoPath except when I get the path made, and then I want to take that path and turn it back into keyframes, and then Daz crashes, okay? Well, so what I said in the last thing I said here in this thread here was, I wonder if it is my C++. It would be nice to have some response to these inquiries. Thank you. I assume updates are coming, okay? See, that's the next step. You know, I figured I would first talk to Alvin, okay, and see if he see if he had, any thoughts, because he's a developer of the program. He would know. He just got finished creating this, and he would know the depth of it. But it's been like almost a week, and he hasn't said a word, okay? And he was commenting here, okay? All of these A-B ones are his comments, but as soon as I came and said, oh, guess what? Something's wrong. It crashes Daz. And I said, these are the, and see this Qt Core 4, Qt GUI, QDZ, and user 32, Daz Studio.exe, kernel 32. I know this is a terrible running through all these NT DLL.dll. All of these were listed as like a part of the crash report, okay? The first thing was it crashed in mopat.dll. So yesterday, Daz Studio put out an update. And I installed the update. And after the update was done, because I said, I wondered if it's my version of C++, okay? And so then Daz comes out with this other update. It's the update for Premiere. And so I installed it. And after the update was done, the normal thing pops up and it says installing C++. And it went away like it normally does, because it looks at my computer and says, oh, you've already got this version of C++, so I don't need to install this. But then something weird happened after that. It popped up, another screen popped up, and it said repairing C++. Now, I don't ever see that, okay? And so the problem was, which would really kind of, because I had Daz open at the time when I was doing this install, and I just quickly, I realized I had invoked the install part in the install manager, and so I quickly went down here and closed Daz Studio, but it was sitting there kind of doing that thing like emptying the thing and wouldn't close, and it says deleting the scene stuff, and I've got this install going on in the background and C++ popping up, and then finally it kind of disappeared. But had it really released all of those C++ assets, and was the repair successful, you know, or did maybe C++ said, well, you can repair this and this and that, but I'm using these parts and you can't repair those, you know? I don't know at this point. And what version of C++? Now let's take a look. I have this all ready for you so you can see how wonderful this complex problem is. When you go to your Windows and you go to your programs, you know, add remove programs, with X transfer, Genesis 3 to Genesis 8 converter a year ago, same problem, it crashes. They should have fixed it, yet I just gave up. Now X transfer, let me think, because I have like all of these programs, but I just can't remember now X transfer, because that really rings a bell. X transfer. Okay, yeah, okay, this is, okay, Genesis 3 to Genesis 8, morph transfer, okay. That I remember. I see, I own this. Yeah. Oh, it says add to cart. I didn't buy it because the X transfer, I own the other ones. Okay, these are by a different company. Now, the thing is, okay, Kemet, this is exactly what I'm talking about, because that is what the face transfer is some kind of morph transfer, and the figure converter that's in the new Daz 4.21, that figure converter converts Genesis 3 and Genesis 8 and Genesis 8.1 male and female figures to Genesis 9. So it really makes this X transfer obsolete, because it's all built into Genesis 9, and it does a very nice job of it when it works. You type in C++, well, look how many C++ programs are installed on my Windows 11. We've got 2013 C++, this is x86, x64, 2008. Okay, now I've got the x86. It doesn't look like I got the 2008, 64, and then I have another C++, redistributable. I'm not sure why there are two of them here, okay. And then, okay, we got this 9.0, 9.0379117. Why do I have two of these here? I don't know, okay. 226.23. Okay, so 227.23. All right, now a lot of these have been, this is when I had problems with all of my, now this is 2013. That was updated 5/20/24. And that's, now look at this one. This one, this 2010 redistributable was updated yesterday. Okay. 10/11 today. Okay, 24. And this one was updated yesterday. Now the thing is if you come over here and you click on these three dots, and that one doesn't have a modify, but like, see this one, modify. Okay, when I click on modify, yes. See, it says repair. Okay, you don't have to go looking for it on the internet and download it from Microsoft and uninstall it and reinstall it and all that stuff. There's a repair here. Now, if I close this, did I close that? I think I tried to. Okay, this still says 10/19. Okay, so you can repair these. Okay, if there are problems. Now, Daz uses these libraries, and if these libraries get corrupted by another program that you install, and for some reason it's able to install over certain things that Daz needs, and I think Daz only uses one of them here, but maybe some of these apps that scripts and stuff that work in Daz, they could be written on other ones. I don't know. At this point. But this is what this video is about, is to just kind of give you an idea that these are the libraries that Daz Studio is built on. And now this is built, it says it's built on, this is obviously probably what Daz Studio is built on is this 2015 one, okay, to 2022. Okay, so 2015 to 2022. We've got the x86 one, and then I have this 2010 64. That was updated today. I don't know what's going on here. And this is 11. These are, okay, now this one here, 2013, that was updated in March, January, February, March, April, January, February, March, April. That was updated in May. This one was updated June 2024. So you just go up into your apps and your programs and you type in C++ and you'll get to see all of these. And I'm just giving you kind of a background of maybe why Daz sometimes is a little crashy, okay? Why it crashes. It could very well be a conflict with one of these programs and possibly coming in here and updating it. Could it fix it? I don't know. Could it make it worse? I don't know. All right, these are things I just don't know, because by updating it, maybe you're changing it to a newer version of the same the C++ library, and maybe Daz just kind of liked that older version. I don't know. There again, I hate to be like a broken record to say I just don't know. I don't know the answer, and why yesterday, okay, now it didn't close that. Just going to close this. You sure you want to cancel? Yes, I do. So why did it repair C++ yesterday? Okay, why did the Daz come along with a repair? It didn't just install it like it normally does. It then ran a repair. And it was just very quick, and it was just gone. But it said repairing C++. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to put this MoPath back on my computer, back into Daz, and I'm going to see if this path crashes now when I go to use it, because it could be Daz just trying to help out and say, okay, you've obviously done something to corrupt your C++ library that's on your computer. And what I'm saying is that could be Now, that could be the case with a lot of us, that we install this and install that on our computers. We install this and we have all kinds of stuff. I have tons of games. Some of them are old school games. They all use one of those C++ libraries or another. And every time you install that game, it tries to install that C++ library on there. And there might be specific things in that library that have been kind of added for that particular game. Maybe how this works. Art waves hello to Rex. Thank you. Angus, D, and Kemet. Kemet, is it Kemet? Yes. Cosmic, yes. Welcome, Art. Welcome to this tutorial today. So we are talking about why Daz Studio might periodically crash. And it may not be Daz Studio's fault at all. It could be that our C++ libraries that Daz depends upon could be somehow corrupt. And at one point, my hard drive, I've had my Windows operating system for about maybe 3 years, because 3 years ago I had to redo my hard drive, and then I got my hard drive set back up, and once it was set back up, it was running fine for a while, and then something happened in my C++ libraries, and I decided to just uninstall them all, and I don't know how exactly I did it. And then I just went online and found Microsoft's page, and I reinstalled them all from Microsoft's web page. And did I do it right? Did I do something wrong? So at this point, there may be similar instances where some of you may have kind of messed around with some of your C++ libraries. And that can be a reason why some people you hear in the Daz, you hear them in the Daz forum, and it's like, I just installed the latest version of Daz and all I get is a black screen when I open Daz. It crashes. And you think to yourself, God, I'm glad I'm not them, I'm glad I don't have that problem. And it's probably has something to do with their C++ library, okay? I'm not really certain exactly, but I think that can be the culprit. And at this point, so we're going to see. Now I'm going to go and open back up Daz. Okay, we're going to go here to Daz. Okay, now I was just showing you, actually, I thought I was showing you, okay, there's my discussion with, okay, I thought I was showing you this. Okay, this is the add remove programs. This is how many, when you type in the top, when you go to your add remove programs, okay, or programs and features, okay, you type in C++ at the top, and it will filter out all the other stuff. This is how many C++ redistributable things. It's like every year or a few years, they come out with a new one, okay? And if you install these and say, well, I only need the latest one, no, it doesn't work like that, because some games that you have were made on some of the earlier ones, and they rely on those, and they look for those particular libraries, I guess, So you have to have, like, all of these, but they have to be working right. And the one that Daz relies on, it's probably, I think the one Daz relies on is this 2015 one, the 64-bit 2015 to 2022. I think this is the one Daz relies on. Now, and like I said yesterday, the Premiere version update came out the update, and I downloaded it, installed it, and it said it was trying to install this 2015. I distinctly remember seeing 2015 pop up as the C++ 2015 library. And so, and that would also be the 86 and the 64 and this one, but it didn't update the 86 one. HDHB, also known as hard drive heartbreak. Yeah. Well, that's what it is that we're all trying to utilize this stuff in the same way. We all have environments, okay? It's our work environment is our computer, and I have friends who were like extremely good at programming in C++, okay? And I have like hours and hours and hours of sitting beside them while they were programming in C++, just hoping that some of that would like sink into my brain and rub off, and then the next day I'd be a C++ programmer and I could sell C++ programs. And no, it didn't happen. I know a little bit about C++. I know there are arrays. I know that you and there are things that you just copy and paste you take it out of the C++ library and you put it in your program, and it gives your program a certain functionality. It's this library. It's this massive, massive library of programming language. And what you do is you just take little pieces out of it and you put it in your program and you stitch them all together in your program, and your program does something very unique that nobody else's does. And so what it is, a library of all kinds of functions and things that do stuff, whether if it's databases and stuff like that. Okay, so a comic. Oh, somebody brought up comic. I didn't buy any of the comic stuff. So Art brought up the comic. Somebody, what's up with the word comic, Art? I'm quite interested to hear what that's about, because I know it has something to do with the Daz store. So yes, and so C++ is what these programmers use to make these scripts, okay? And are they all built on this 2015 C++? Okay. Yes, I think Eve's laughing about the comic thing. So yes, I spent a lot last month. I'm kind of cooling down from my bank account is smoldering. So yes, these scripts that we buy, okay, some of them may not be all built on this 2015 C++. They could be built on where somebody knows how to use the 2005 one and the 2008. And I don't know, when Daz Install Manager installs that script into Daz, it looks on your computer and says, do they have the 2008 redistributable C++? And if you don't, I don't want to tarry too long on this, okay? I think I've gone over enough about this C++, but you know, in my mind, what I'm thinking is that I could go through like each one of these where it says modify and just repair them all and see what happens, okay, to my computer. And I might like restart it and go to type in my password and it won't even let me into Windows at all. I don't know. I would think that wouldn't be the case, but it wouldn't hurt probably. I don't think it would hurt. Now there is a famous saying, and it says, if it's not broken, don't fix it. That's another saying. I am going to go here. So what I was saying is this was just yesterday, Daz put out another update to Premiere. And we're going to call it Premiere. I think I'm going to call, Daz Studio Premiere or DSP, maybe. Sounds like some kind of oil change. But this is... but Daz put out another update to Daz Studio Premiere. And when that update installed, I told you, another screen popped up and said repairing C++. So I believe Daz included the C++ repair routine in the install part, so that people who have been having problems with the new Premiere, that it would go in and repair that library. And as you can see, when I went into here, that something changed this yesterday, okay? Now it's saying 11.13. Well, that's the 2013 one. Okay, this is this is 10.9. This was yesterday, 10.11. Okay, this one got repaired today. So I don't understand all of this at all, but what I want to do is open up the install manager now, and I'm going to log in into the install manager, and I am going to reinstall at least MoPath. Okay, now look at this. Okay, all right, those are here. Okay, those are, I was going to say, look at all the updates today. So we don't know until this refreshes, but are we going to see a ton of updates here? And I have to remember to close Daz always close Daz before you update the program. That could be a problem as well. Okay, there are no... Okay, now here is MoPath. And what I'm going to do is select that. And I'm going to install this back in now. And let's see what... Okay, it just went in. So MoPath didn't try and update the C++ library. It just installs itself saying, you got to have it. If it's going into Daz Studio, you got to have this library, okay? So now when we go here to Windows panes, let's see if MoPath is here. LM MoPath. Okay, now I don't see it, so I might have to restart Daz. No. Okay, and we go here and reopen. It's not ready yet. See, because I'm wondering if Daz has like refreshed everybody's, repaired everybody's C++ library on their computer, which is kind of a little bit risque, because now there's a philosophy, again, that my friend who programs in C++, his computer, and that's the thing with like Alvin Bemir and a lot of these other programmers that program for Daz, a lot of times they will only have 2 programs installed on their computer. They'll have the one they're working on and Daz Studio, okay? And that's it. So that there's no other program on the computer that can alter and change the environment, quote, unquote, end quote. That there is no other thing that can alter the environment, so that when they install it on other people's computers, it works right because it's at least it works according to what the basics, so that there's nothing that comes in and alters the C++ and all that because they have a million programs installed. Unlike me, where I have thousands of programs, literally thousands of programs installed on my computer. Thousands. Just Daz Studio alone, I have 10,000. 11,000 programs with Daz Studio alone installed on my computer. And then I have my music environment installed on the same computer with thousands of programs there. So there's a plenty of opportunity for those programs to alter the way some of these deep files, some of these C++ files, and then I have like a whole bunch of Steam games installed on my computer, big ones that are like 4 and 5 gigs each. You know, they're like, well, no, like 50 gigs each. You know, these big games, and they all also rely on these C++. This should be installed. Let's go and see now if this is in here. MoPath. And apparently it remembered it remembered the serial number, okay? And so we'll create a MoPath node. And then I'm just going to we'll do the experiment that they did by using a cone, okay? We'll use the cone, put the cone in. Into the scene goes the cone. So let's see if I can do this the same way they did it. Now I need a camera in the scene. Oh, no, I don't. We're gonna manipulate the cone. Yes, I made it to 1,000 subscribers. We did, Serenity's Gate. Thank you very, very much. Very much. So, yes, welcome, everybody. Welcome. We have Angus and Dee here, and we have, I don't know if Kemet is still here. Art is here, and we have Paul from Denmark and Serenity's Gate. And let me look and make sure I haven't missed anybody that's who wants to be people that you don't have to be all out. You can sit back and enjoy and watch and just read the chat and be a part. And when you feel like being part of the chat, that's up to you. So it is. But that chat is for you, okay? It's for all of you. So don't feel like you're chatting too much. You can't chat too much. The chat is for you. It's up to you. It's for you to utilize, and I try to pay attention. So we're going to open up the timeline now, and I'm going to add a keyframe, okay? And then I'm going to move this. I don't think I can move the bones here. I don't think I can just move it like a bone. No, I have to move it this way. So we'll move it over like this. No, I guess we're going to undo that. All right, we'll move this like this. Okay, I'm going to just go like 200 frames. All right, and then I'll move this like this, move it over. We're going to do it very simple, okay? See, did they fix my C++ library? Could that be what it is? All right, that's the question. Did they fix it? And this would be really nice if they did. Okay. We'll go here. See how I'm getting really good at this animation thing. And then we go down. Okay. And then we go back over. I guess this can go here now, like this. Okay. So now if I rewind, click play. Okay, that's kind of weird how that worked, but it's animated. Okay, it's got a path. Now you can't see the path because we don't have MoPath. That's the whole thing about MoPath. All right, so we go now to out of iRay. Okay, let's rewind it now. Now we're going to select MoPath, and we're going to go to parameters. And in the MoPath parameters, down at the bottom here, it says node owner, and that's going to be the cone. Okay? Yes. Accept. And there's the cone precision. Well, now that I wouldn't quite call that precision, but why did this come way down there and all this? All right, so we should be able to click on these and modify them. Okay, I have to go into the edit part, and that might be an important thing to go into edit, but let's see. Edit is off. I'm going to go into edit just to see whether if we can move things around and all. Okay, so that we're going to, because we want to be able to use these things. Okay, there's one, and let's move this one down. We want to be able to edit the path. You know, that's the whole point of this, I think. Now it's just going all by itself. They didn't fix that, and that could be my mouse, but it's weird my mouse only does it in certain instances. Okay, there's that thing. Okay, I don't think I have that it on the okay. When that happens, you have to go back out and come back in. All right. See, because when I click on this, it's clicking on something beside it or whatever. Oh, there it is. It let us. Okay, so, and we'll pull this over. Okay, and now we go out of edit. It could be the order that I'm doing this edit thing in. Okay, because I really want to get this to work. That was the whole point in asking Daz for paths. I said, I need paths and splines, you know, and or splines. That's what these are. This is like a spline. It's also called a spline in animation. It's just basically a path like this so that you can see the path that your camera or your object is moving in, okay? So, and in the Daz Studio, I'm going to make you aware of something I paid. It's on a massive sale. If you guys want to learn about animation, let's go back here, down to here, and hide items that I own. This might be something you might want to invest in, okay? This artistry of Kara Patat. Okay, it's a big, long tutorial and all kinds of stuff to learn, okay? And you'll be able to bring your knowledge back in here and teach us. I bought this. I think I got it for like close to like $5 or $6, okay? After all of the sales stuff, $7, I think maybe. It's worth it. I think it's probably okay. It says it's 1 hour and 47 minutes. So it's 2 hours for $7. All right. I think it's still worth it. Okay. Because she is a big deal. She knows all kinds of stuff. And so she's made all these items here. Very cool stuff. But she also goes into animation. And if you learn like 20 things, it's probably worth it, okay? So that's the stuff. And I find that I retain a lot of stuff that I learn from these videos. So, okay, at least I retain it in principle so that I know that it's something that can be done. And if I just go back over the information, I can do it if I need to. So now we're going to go and we're going to do this. Go back to the timeline and go to complete. I wish this didn't cut, the timeline didn't cut this off. it should be smart enough to know that not to cut off the bottom here of this. Okay, when we open the timeline, you have to like close it to get to the bottom thing. And you scroll up and see how it cuts that off. That shouldn't be. Now it could be because I have my fonts like kind of large in Windows. I'm not sure. But it still shouldn't be that way. Okay, so now if I add a keyframe here, and then I go to the end, okay, to the end here, and move this over to 100%, and add a keyframe here. Now if I come back, okay, it looks like it's working. Yeah. Okay, so this is the test. Did Daz fix? Okay, I'm going to save this as animation cone. Animation cone. Okay, this is the test. So now we go back to we got to actually finish the save process. Okay. Then we go back to MoPath. Is Daz going to crash? Now, whatever they did to update it, like we have a new update version, and the update version came with a C++ repair. Okay, was the repair successful, or were some of those files in the C++ library being used and at the time, and the repair wasn't really able to replace them, or it just assumed that they were okay because they were in use? I don't know about that either. Okay, so we're going to go to MoPath, and we're going to create node. Okay, convert motion path to keyframes. This is the part that crashes. Okay, did Daz fix this? Accept MoPath, and the thing is this problem has been imported from the pre-Premiere version. So it was doing the same thing in the pre-Premiere version. And then if I go here, and now let's try this, let's try another thing and see if they fixed another thing. Now I'm going to leave this MoPath here, and I'm going to put a Daz Genesis 9 figure in. I mean, at least maybe they fixed the part where this MoPath can actually be in my library and not crash the figure converter. Okay, so I'm going to try to convert a figure, and we're going to watch Daz crash again. And I don't know what to do. It's like at this point, exactly, Eve, I think it was Eve that mentioned, or it might have been, I'm not sure, is to send send them some kind of thing into submit a bug report. Okay, so that's what it's going to be, is submit the bug report, because Alvin hasn't, he's had a week to respond here in the thread with his program, and he's chosen to do the silent thing, which, I kind of think what would have been better would be to just say, I'm working on it, and at least it would make, I wouldn't go trying to fix my computer of something that, and that just because it works on his computer doesn't mean that it's going to work, because there could be libraries that he's created that are only on his computer and they're not in ours. Yeah, the RMA. Yeah, I need to. Oh, good, Kemet. Very nice to have you still here. Yes, so very nice. Very, very, very nice. So we are going to now add a Genesis 8 figure. Okay, we're going to try this. So apparently the update for the Premiere, now I believe it came with a bunch of shapes. We're going to take a look at that too and see if we have some new shapes in here. So let's put in now a Genesis 8 figure. Okay, we'll do Fabian. Okay, put him in. Now I have two if anybody else uses two monitors, yesterday I switched one of my monitors. My particular computer has an integrated graphics port for an HDMI and the other kind of port for hooking up a monitor. And so where I'm able to hook my secondary monitor plug that into the Intel, and it uses a tiny bit of your RAM. If you have a lot of RAM, I have like 96 gigs of RAM in my system RAM, and I also have a fairly fast processor. And since Daz doesn't really use the processor that much, it's kind of better to have that second monitor being run by the on the other graphic. Angus has his computer has integrated graphics, so he could run a second monitor or run that second port out on his graphics on his computer, the one that the tech people taped over so that he wouldn't keep plugging his monitor into the integrated one. But that integrated one could plug into his TV, and he could use his computer at his TV and not have to go into the other room to use it very often. He'd have to step over a wire all the time going from the computer to the TV, but it would allow him to see his computer on the TV. He could bring the mouse and keyboard in to he'd have to get a wireless mouse and keyboard, but that would be an option. Now, well, that's why you have me, to help you understand. So you could have two monitors running at the same time. You just plug your TV into that one that they taped over. Okay, so we have now, we're going to select Fabian first, then select Genesis 9, and then we're going to go here, and this is where we're going to find out, did they fix this? So, that's the thing, is that some of us people actually bought these products and they're not compatible with one another, okay? This is shape transfer, okay, character, okay? And it doesn't look like it's even opening now. It's like, let's see, maybe it's thinking in the background. It's going to open in a moment. So, yeah, it's actually worse. At least one window, a window opened and tried to tell you that it was doing something. Now, okay, it says something's happening here. Okay, when I put that over, there's something happening in the background. So it's trying to work. Let's see what we have here. I mean, this could be a problem with C++, a limitation of C++, that of a certain type of program, you can only have one installed on your computer at a time because it uses a certain path, and you have to remove that out of the path so another program can take the path. Because it only implements one path at a time. That could be something really stupid like that, but that could be the case. And it all seems to kind of revolve around the shape things and the paths, the path of things. So I'm not sure. At this point, it didn't, at least it didn't crash, okay? But in a way it is crashed because, well, I don't think it's going to let me, no, see, it's frozen up, okay? It's not letting me click on anything. And if I wait long enough, it's still not going to come back. It won't. No, it's gone too long, so I have to do this Control-Alt-Delete. So if you're watching Daz, you know, it's just, you know, that's why I'm here. So I don't have to send in some kind of report on this. So, okay, so we go back now to, here, to the install manager, and we go to installed, and we uninstall, okay, MoPath. Now, sometimes it doesn't, now, I forget what is it AB MoPath? Okay, it's got to have an AB in front of it. Okay, all right. See, it's not picking it up. Let's try Mo. Oh, there's a lot of Mo things here. MoPath. Okay, MoPath. Okay, so we uninstall this. All right, takes only a moment to uninstall it. And then we come back in. Okay. And now we can put our Genesis 9 figure in. So you have to have the Type E. I'm not even going to test the Type E one, okay? Because if they didn't fix MoPath, which I brought up both of these in this case, and I doubt they fixed Type E. I doubt they've worked on it. They might be working on it as we speak. I don't know. But it's not been fixed in this update. And I've had the Type E problem with figure converter. I've had the Type E problem for like a couple of months, okay? And that hasn't been fixed. So at this point, I don't know that I told Alvin Bimar about that. I think I did. I think I went into his thing and said, Type E is not compatible with figure converters. So let's get down to the Genesis 8. Let's pick the same guy, all right? And I think it was Fabian. Put him in the scene. Okay, all we did was uninstall MoPath. That's it. Okay, we uninstalled MoPath. And not relying on the beta test it. Yeah, well, you know, they're supposedly have, you know, some kind of, you know, curator team that goes through and checks stuff. Okay, so now I didn't restart that. I think I did. Yeah, I had to restart Daz, remember, because, okay, so we go to figure, shape, okay, transfer character shape. Okay, and we it looks like we have the same. Looks like now it's permanently broken. I don't know. Let's see. All right, what we're going to do is go into, sometimes the uninstall program doesn't take out the DLL. So we're going to go to Daz Studio 4 plugins. What's this? AB MoPath, is it? I think it's called AB Parsis. So if they were attempting to fix this, let's type in M-O-P. No, there's no MoPath. So it took it out. Okay, and Daz is crashed, locked up again. So, and let me look here, the MoPath. Yeah, it's in my uninstalled thing. And we'll go to back in here and we'll type ET. Type E is also here. See, so those were uninstalled. So, all right, I'm going to restart my computer. Maybe when Daz did the fix for my C++ library, maybe that does require a restart of the system. So I'll do that. I'll be right back. I don't think it will get rid of me. It'll just give you a blank screen here. And I can go full screen. Hello. I cut my hair today. And new haircut. So I think I did okay. So we are restarting the computer. So, all right. I shall be back momentarily. Now, MoPath is uninstalled. Type E is uninstalled. I mean, I hope this just now, like now that they have repaired, and I might repair it myself. Okay, again, you run those through those repairs things and see. Okay, we can come back. Now I'm back here. And open drive. Okay, let's see what we have here. And that's the problem with programming in C++, is that it's the environment. That if you create a program in an environment that has a whole bunch of other stuff installed in the environment, on one hand, it's going to tell you that it has a conflict with your other program, your Type E, or with Figure Creator or something like that. But if you have it set up like most programmers do when they create a program, they like install Windows fresh, and then they put the C++ on, they put Daz on, and then they create their program. So there's nothing else that can come in and kind of mess with their program. Well, that's all well and good, but then you also have to have, like, this is where Daz comes in, where they should have a computer with every single thing in their entire library installed on it. and they run that program with all that stuff installed to see if something that's installed in the system from the install manager has a conflict with it. And that's, it's you can't blame them. Yeah, well, Eve, it has been like over almost 2 months since I bought, 3 months since I bought Typey. And Typey is one of the programs that are giving figure create, and the figure converter has been out for, I don't know, like 6 months. So this conflict that's here has been, yeah, I can try shutting off iRay. We'll see what happens with that. I think just restarting the computer, because the computer did crash, and so possibly it could have left some like states like in flux, I guess, deep down within Daz. So, all right, I do want to use the same figure. We'll go to figure. Well, I'm not really I'm not emphasizing the blame part. I'm trying to emphasize the solution part, to say, okay, Daz, become aware of this problem, and at some point fix it. Okay, I have a workaround right now with the figure converter. At least I did. Now they may have made it worse. But I have a workaround where I can basically just, okay, these are 8-1 figures. I'd like to use that same figure, but if I can find him, I forget which one it was. So, but let's just use a Genesis 8 figure. I guess it doesn't matter as long as one of them works. Let's go with this Theo. Well, for Michael 8, I guess Cruz for Diego 8. Let's find somebody who's not for another figure. For Hudson, okay, we'll do Callan. All right, we'll put Callan in the scene. But then they soothe things over to the best, maybe not perfectly, but enough to satisfy me. Okay, so now I'm going to do this. Make sure I do this right. I'm going to click Callan and then hold the control key, click Genesis 9. I'm going to give Callan another, like Callan 1. Okay, so it doesn't try to overwrite another Callan that I have. And now we're going to go here to edit, figure, shape. Okay, so it looks like they have completely, now maybe they tried to fix it, but it looks like they have completely this is weird, okay, how this does this. They've just completely broken it now. Now it doesn't work at all. And you know what's nice? It doesn't even give you a crash report now. It doesn't tell you what's... Yeah. Yeah, well, at this point, this is a pretty serious problem. Now, I wish people, if that's where it would be nice if you guys had the Daz Premiere program. Where you could put a Genesis 8 figure in, and then a Genesis 9 figure in, and just click on this converter and see if your Daz crashes. That would help me to not say, okay, it's my system. I've got to go in and repair all of my my C++ libraries, okay? So that's kind of like where I'm at right now, is thinking maybe it's on my end, okay? Maybe it's not Daz. Maybe it's because I've got so many millions of programs installed on my computer that they have taken the library that Daz requires to run properly, and they have, okay, and it's with Cal, and it was just another figure, Genesis 8 figure. It doesn't work. So what I'm going to do is Task Manager. And, you know, what it does is it makes me think that I need, you know, and that's where I'm now here in this, okay, so I've closed down that now. So apparently, whatever that fix did, so what I'm going to do is go into this C++ library. I'm going to go here to Programs. Because okay, see, so that's, you know, that tells me, so the figure converter part is working. Okay, now this is another issue here, where now I have this up here, okay, where it won't let me grab a hold of this. It's up too high. This is, see, these are not good things here. Okay, so now if I go to all right, what if I close this? Try this again. P. Add or remove programs. I'm thinking it's my C++ library. Echo HDMI 2.
Okay.
All right, there it is. Bring this down here. Okay, we're back. Echo HDMI 1. All right, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to repair those two C++ libraries. C++. And then this might be for somebody else who has a problem. So this was done, something about this was done, fixed on, but I'm going to just go, okay, modify. It says it's already done. So let's go here to modify. This is the 2015 one. Yes. Repair. What happens? Now, this just, it's a little suspicious to me because I might have something in the background using these. And it may not, like all of a sudden it stops here. It's like just that's like, uh-oh. And it might pop up and say, what would be nice is if it popped up and said, oh, so-and-so, something else is using this. And you need to close them so that it can repair it completely. And it might just say, oh, something's using it. I can't repair that part, so I'll just repair around it. Who knows? I don't know. So I think this C++ 2015, and what would be nice if it popped up and said, oh, we found errors. Okay, it says you must restart your computer before you can use the software. Okay, let's do it. If this works, then it'll be kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Right now, I'll tell you Serenity's Gate. I don't know if you saw that video of me using the Mesh Grabber 4 to work with dForce hair, but that is far from garbage. That is splendor, okay? Being able to take Mesh Grabber, that Mesh Grabber 4, and edit dForce hair, which normally when you would go into Mesh Grabber or you would go into Geometry Editor, it would just you'd lose your mouse, you'd lose your selection, you couldn't do anything with it. So that alone, right there, that alone, being able to use that Mesh Grabber in Daz Studio is worth $20 a month to me. That alone, okay, is worth $20 a month, because now because like I have a ton of hair that I won't use the hair because the top is too high and it like goes way up and it looks stupid. And now all I have to do is use that Mesh Grabber and push that dForce hair down. Or like there's a little part on the side that kind of sticks out too far and it looks, I call it poofy. You know, it looks poofy on the side and it makes my character look stupid. Well, I can take that new Mesh Grabber and with that hair, and I can fix that. And that alone, okay, I'm trying to get everything else working that they've kind of promised with the new Premiere version, but Mesh Grabber works flawlessly like all of the other Man Friday products, I believe, except right now I believe this character converter is this figure converter is also a Man Friday product. Now let's see if Daz Studio even opens with this repaired. I believe it's the 2015 version that it uses. If this repair works, then you're going to know it wasn't Daz, it was Microsoft, okay? It was Microsoft's kind of way of allowing these C++ installations to become corrupted over time. You know, because with Paul is saying that it's working for him. So why is his working and mine not? And if it's working for him, that means Daz is working. So it could very well be the environment, okay, where I have a million programs installed. If you go here to this add remove programs, excuse me, I'm now going through my little croupy area moment of the day here. Well, echo HDMI 2. Echo HDMI 2.
Okay.
Now, everything I open is going to open on here. But if you look at this, these are the programs I have installed on my computer, okay? Just look at this. Now, you see, there's a plenty of opportunity for one of these to change the environment that Daz needs to run, okay? All those native instruments. Now, if you just keep going and going and going and going and going, these are all of the instruments, and some of these things, when I install them, they have like hundreds of programs installed, and this isn't even the list of the Daz stuff installed, okay? All the Daz stuff is installed under one program that says Daz Install Manager. And then in that that one listing in this list where the Daz install manager is, there's 11,000 things installed with that. And every time something gets installed, it's trying to change Windows to work so it will work with it. So echo HDMI 1.
Okay.
So this is the dilemma. So this is why I'm not necessarily all out to say it's Alvin Beamer's fault or it's Daz's fault. It could be the C++ library. Now what we've done is changed the C++ library. I've updated the 2015, restarted my computer. Let's see if it works now. Okay, I don't know that it's going to work. Now, Pol doesn't have probably Typey installed, and he probably doesn't have MoPath. So MoPath. So that's probably that's one reason why his works again. Okay, let's put this is Owen. Let's put him in. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Does it work? So this is Nick and Genesis 9. And probably what I'm going to do is go through and repair and restart and repair and restart. Yeah. Okay, so he has a lot less, and I bet your computer, Paul, doesn't have a million things installed on it like mine. So that's the thing, okay? Is that's why I'm not so quick to jump on them. Okay, so this isn't working. So the last update, whatever, made it worse. Because it at least worked when I took MoPath, and I'm going to double check and make sure MoPath. It's really weird because it's like, I'm going to let this sit for a moment. But let's go here, and let's go to this PC. Let's go to local disk C, program files, Daz 3D, Daz Studio 4, and this would be in plugins. Make sure this MoPath isn't here. Okay, Fluidos, Abbas. He always puts AB in the front in the beginning of the front of his stuff. So it would be up in here. This Abbas, Gescon. I'm just wondering if it's now another one of his programs that they all seem to have some kind of problem with this shape thing that they're. So this is locked up. Yes, that's right. That's a very good observation. That's the very first part, and there's supposed to be a window that pops up here that is supposed to allow me to save it, and I'm not seeing any kind of window here. Right now, there are only 2 windows open. So whatever they did, I think they made it worse. So, and there's this convert up here. I'm not sure what that's all about. Last night, they gave a whole bunch of updates. Yeah, see, I'm wondering about that. It's like right now, it's the dialog box that won't open. Everything's locked right now. So there's a dialog box that won't open. And, okay, so what I'm going to do is try to uninstall and reinstall Daz. Maybe Daz has to be reinstalled to re-interface itself with the new version of C++. So we're going to end this task. Okay, and what I'm going to do is before I uninstall Daz, because there could be things like locked up inside. Yeah, well, it's not the layout art because it isn't a tab that opens. It's like it's a script window. Okay, it's not a tab. Okay, that opens, and it's not run from a tab. It's run from a script window. So that's so what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart this first because there could be something still locked up inside of the computer. So I'm going to restart the computer, and then I'm going to reinstall Daz Studio. It's yeah, but it's the type of window. It's a script window, okay? It's not a tab, so it wouldn't be listed in the window or, you know, the layout. It could be that it doesn't like my layout. I see what you're saying. That it could be, yeah, if I reset my layout, I lose months worth of work on my layout. So, but that is another option because I have kind of really customized my layout a lot. Oh, now I'm thinking of something too. That when I did the MoPath, I did have a MoPath window. So I think what I'm going to try to do is uninstall Daz and reinstall it first. I'd really rather not mess with my layout because all of those visual windows, it could be that. It could be that it's just not compatible with the visual menus that I use. And I use them a lot. So I would almost be inclined to say that I have enough shapes and I don't need any more Genesis 8 shapes for a while just to keep my visual windows because I use them like every scene that I make. I use them. They are so fast to be able to just create a scene real quick. And I thought when I got all of my stuff customized, like I made a bunch of customized folders, I thought once I did that. Okay, I'm going to uninstall both of these. Make sure I don't have this open. I'm going to uninstall both. And then I'm going to now, all right, so what I'm going to do is restart the computer with Daz like uninstalled, and I don't know why I still have this here. Now, if I click that, okay, it's searching for it, so I'm going to just get rid of these icons, unpin. Now, then we go here to, okay, that's the wrong one. We're going to restart again. Just so it releases certain Daz, I don't know what the kind of Daz things. I want to just make sure that everything's released. And All right, so now we're going to go back to the install manager. Click this. Now we should see that this, when these install, there should be some kind of, I don't know which one I should install first. Maybe I'll just click them both and let Daz decide which one to install first. Whether to install the beta or install. Maybe I'll just install the regular one and not the beta for now. Let's see what we have. Did you see those windows pop up? Those were windows that were checking Daz Studio's C++. I have to find these. Okay, there's the Daz Studio there. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, I'm not sure if they're like giving other people things that don't necessarily, that aren't turned on, like they're giving features to the other Daz versions that aren't actually accessible. I don't know. So that if they turn it on, they don't have to install anything. It's just all of a sudden, boom, it works. I don't know how they're doing it. So let's see now. We go to Smart Content, Default, Figures. See, all of my stuff are still here, so that's what's nice about at least the restart. I'm going to try using the... using the dev load. I know I'm changing things, but... if we can get it to at least work maybe with the devload version. Okay, we go down here to the figures, find a Genesis 8 figure. Here's one, Valentino. Okay. 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 Okay, select Javier. Xavier. 1. Okay, I thought I put a 1 there, but maybe I put something else there. Okay. All right, now we go to Edit, Object, no figure, Shape. No. So this is broken. It's just I don't know what it is, why it doesn't work for me. And I think, Art, you probably have hit the nail on the head that if I set my okay, well, the thing is what I can do is I can install the beta, and I can set the beta back to, it could be my user data. Okay, so this is no point in sitting and waiting for this to pop up. So, okay, so that's what I guess what we have the beta for is to test things. Yeah, reset my viewports back to factory. Edit, end task. let's install the... It's worth a try. It really, really is. Because at this point, I'm kind of like... Because Daz is like repairing the C++ environment when it installs. So, okay, now we'll go and put the Daz beta here. Install that. Okay, my apartment is... They keep turning the heat on, and my camera overheats. Just a minute, I'll be right back. Let's try that. Okay. My camera won't work if... Okay, let's try this. Now we should have the beta on the desktop. Where is the beta? There it is. Now let's open this. Okay. I mean, it's kind of terrible because before, at least... Okay, now the beta is open. Echo HDMI 2.
Okay.
Okay, here is the beta, and as you can see, the beta doesn't have all of that stuff here. But let's go down to the content. This would be window, workspace, viewports, workspace, select layout, save layout. Okay, select layout. Okay, we'll just city limits light. I'll switch to a different layout and then come back. City limits. All right, we'll just go to the city limits one. All right. And I have no idea what I've got here now. We'll pull that over. Pull this over. We can switch back to this. All right, I guess I can understand this. Okay, now let's pull this back over this way a little bit. It's like encroaching over this. Okay. Now we'll just find our default. We go to figures. Okay, what we're going to do is find our Genesis 9, which would be 9. And if we go like this, find our Genesis 9 starter essentials. Okay, where's our dev load? We'll put that in. Okay, click. Now it says like we got favorites and scripts. I don't think it got rid of my... Okay, favorites. It looks like... Okay, let's wait and see. Okay, so there's nothing in my favorites and scripts. All right, so that's kind of a sign that it did completely... redo the desktop. Okay, now let's see. We'll go back out. Now let's find a Genesis 8 figure. All right. And we'll go with this guy. I don't think I have him converted. This is the scene. I never use this auxiliary viewport. I don't know if anyone else does, but it just kind of seems like it makes things slower. And I also never use like the different divisions of the scene, like so I can view it all from 4 different angles and all. So let's see, Genesis. Okay, so we're gonna put a 1 after him, just for the heck of it. 1. I know that works. It worked before, so all right. I would assume that there should be some different behavior between the, unless the public build is now like that they've both reached. Okay, echo HDMI 1.
Okay.
If they have both, okay. Figures, okay. Now, okay, this is kind of weird because the beta doesn't have all the Premiere stuff. And I have my... Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and try and install Figure Converter. Start the queue. I think they took Figure. I think Figure Converter has been removed from the Daz store. Okay, let's go back here now and go to default. Get rid of that. And Figure Converter, Pose Converter, oh, we got to undo that. And we'll go from install date. Okay, it's not here. Maybe it is. Let's do the this like this. Okay, all products. Yeah. Well, the updates today killed my figure converter. So, okay, save as. We'll go the scene. Figure. Figure converter. Save. Accept. Okay, we'll close this. I might have to close this down for it to show up in here. Okay, figure converter. Oh, I know why it doesn't show up. Because you invoke it with a hotkey, okay? All right, let's see. This is the public build. Okay, looks, you know, what's really weird is when you open the beta, it's version 4.21 or 4.20. Is it 4.21? Let's see. Okay, well, all right. Let's go file, open. See, we have the open recent here. They took the open recent away. That's kind of weird. That was missing. That's missing in my Daz. Maybe it is time for Okay, look at this convert. Okay, this has that convert thing up here. I don't know if I dare use this, but this says this is part of. And now we go to edit, figure, geometry, update. Okay, I don't see any shape. Okay, I don't see any. I tend to think that Daz is in a state of disarray, because are the regular people going to be able to use the beta now? And who gets use of the beta? Okay, so Control Alt C should bring. Oh, we got to actually select this guy first, and then that guy. Control Alt C, and it's not opening character converter. So we go to convert. Try this. Well, look at that. Okay, so this is working in the beta, which may give credence to Art's theory about this being a window, you know, the layout, and a layout issue. Now it shouldn't crash because the Typey and the MoPath are not here. I don't really know. I would assume Leo, and that welcome Leo, welcome. The beta is usually more recent by to some degree. Then it's usually more recent than the public build, the release. So, okay, and this is going into the head and body morphs, okay. Save morph asset. This is strange because this is a different kind of window. There was more down here in the... And see, this says Man Friday's figure converter. It doesn't say like the shape something that was part of save morph asset. Okay. And this is KAG. Yeah, well, the thing is, because the new Premiere just came out, and that when a new version comes out, it's that part where there's like an eclipse of the, because the new version is going to at that point be the closest to the beta that it will be. Okay, so because the new version kind of becomes the beta for a moment, and but I'm not sure exactly how much. Yeah, that 4.30. Yes. The thing is like I said, for Mesh Grabber 4, the beta is worth, I mean, the new Premiere just to get your hands on Mesh Grabber 4, it's like worth the dive completely. Because let's take now this, we can take both of these figures out. And let's put the Genesis 9. See, none of my favorites and scripts are here. So it worked. Okay, so that makes me want to think to change the layout now. Okay, now what I can do is go into, would you save? Okay, save changes. No, I can open the other version and save my layout. Okay, and then I'm probably going to end up losing stuff, but I'm losing, you know, either my custom, but it's worth it. Leo, for the sake of the Mesh Grabber, getting your hand, because Mesh Grabber works with dForce hair, and I have so many hair things where they would like leave this little poofy thing on the side. Now you can just push that in. You can reshape Mesh Grabber hair. And that ability alone makes it worth. Hans, welcome, welcome. We have Leo and Hans. This chat is for you guys. So use it. Use the chat to your welcome. Welcome Leo and Hans to the chat. It's very nice to have you here. Very, very nice. Thank you for gracing us with your presence here. So what I'm going to do is go into the window, layouts with workspace. Is it layout? Save layout as. Okay, I'm going to call it my layout. And I'm going to put a date because I think I do have some layouts saved here. And we're going to call this 10, 11, 24, accept. Okay, menus, custom. I guess that would be all right, I guess we'll just call that a test in the description. Accept. Now I may end up losing all of this here. So if I switch this layout, but I guess that's what we're doing here is we're here to kind of learn stuff. And if I have to go through this and recreate all of those, it won't be fun. All right, so, and my scripts. All right, so let's go to Window, Workspace, select a layout. City Limits Light, we'll go with that. Now I'm just wondering if I can get my layout back. Let's see. Window, Viewport. Okay, Workspace. Select a layout. My layout. Accept. All right, it's back. Okay, so that's not too bad. All right, so we'll go back now to Window, Workspace, select a layout. Let's go to the City Limits Light. I think that's the one I normally use. It's in hoodies. Let's see now. Okay, so we have this convert. So we have this now down to some kind of thing. Now we're going to go back to default. And we go to, we'll turn this off. Okay, we're going to go Genesis quote 9 end quote. Let's put a Genesis 9 figure in. We'll use this convert up top. Okay, this is weird because my... Okay, I think it got rid of this. It's weird that this... okay, convert content. Why is this content up here? And it wasn't in the beta. Okay, so we're going to look for the Genesis 9. Okay, default figures. We're looking for the blue thing. Oh, here it is. Starter Essentials. And we'll do the dev load. Genesis 9 dev load. The data is 0.4. Okay. Wow. Okay. So the beta is more advanced. Interesting. And the beta is actually following then. If the beta is 4.4, well, it would be 0.4. They both are. Everybody went up to 0.4, I think, even though they're not in the premier tier. I'm not sure. Okay, so we go now and we find now a Genesis. Go back. We'll go with Genesis 8 now. 8. Okay. And we'll do Rodrigo. We'll put him in. Okay, we got to go back to scene. Now I'm wondering if, okay, we're going to call this Rodrigo 1. If I've lost like a bunch of, I just want to check and see if I've lost my content here. Utilities, yeah, see. This, I've lost all of my user content categories. No, they're here. Okay, so my user content is still here. But my favorites and scripts are gone, okay? And all of that other stuff, all of this Windows stuff got all put back to, all right, so we're going to select this. Now, if I go into here and we go to figure, okay, that's gone. Okay, so this is kind of weird. There was like a link here to, it was in figure, object, edit, figure. It was down here for the shape thing. Now the only convert we have is here. And convert Genesis figure. Okay. Look at that. So it's because I had this really old layout. Art, you fixed it. You fixed this. And this could be the solution for fixing the MoPath as well. Let's see. All right, so this is definitely fixed here. So we go convert. This is all very, let's hope, well, I've had that layout for a very long time. I've just not, because I didn't want to reset where all my windows were and move things across and do all this stuff. So all right, now save morph as, and that's saved into my morph folder. Okay, let's see if my old morphs are still here. So all of my custom content still seems to still be here. Except, let's see if like the important one, my old converted figures. Okay, that's been saved. Close. All right, so now we go back to smart content. That was a brilliant idea, Art. You should be very proud of yourself. You have solved this issue. Okay, so, And it was like, because there were, I think what happened was Daz, on the first night, put out some kind of like, first the premiere thing and some updated thing. And here in this figure, you go down to figure, and down at the bottom was another way of doing the convert, and this part didn't work. So yeah, all right, now we delete these. We'll delete these, okay, and I'm going to take this dev load here, and I'm going to put this dev load up. Okay, oh, there it is, Genesis 8 mail. Okay, we'll put this, we'll just go here, and I'm going to go create a custom action. Oh, this is weird, that my old scripts things. Okay, we're going to go, so I won't be going back to that. We're going to go, now we're, instead of in scripts, we'll call it, we'll call this dev. All right, we'll try that. Now the scripts, dev. Okay, there's the Genesis 8 male. We might as well throw the female. Okay, what's this? Okay, one is the, all right, I'm not sure which one. One of these might be the dev, but we'll just throw this in there too. Create a custom action dev. Okay, put that in there too. And let's find Genesis 9. Back to Genesis 9. All right. And we'll go back here to, there it is. And these two, we're going to put them and create custom action dev. All right, so we go script dev, and now we have our Genesis 9, and let's put the Genesis 9 figure in. This could fix a lot of things that I've been kind of issues, maybe even with some of my images not showing up. Just a few images. Okay, it's taking a while to put the Genesis 9 figure in. That's okay, I guess. All right. So now we select the figure and we go here. Now I don't know what to do without all of my tools, my visual menus. Okay, so now we go to parameters, which is over here. We always move the parameters over here. Okay, and we go now. Okay, figure converter. So all of my Genesis 8 figure converters, my shapes that I've already converted, they're still here. So that's nice. And now this shape transfer. Okay, this is weird because it put that in the figure converter one here. I don't know which one it was. I forget now which one it was, but okay, these were ones from earlier, body and head. Okay, now let's test this and see. Would you like to save? No. Does this still work when does MoPath work? Let's put MoPath back in first. Okay, where is MoPath? Here. Install. That could very well be have been another issue with okay, that's installed. All right, now. Okay, we'll open this back up. This is the can be okay, plugin and scripts can be copied from the Daz Studio folder to the beta folder. I did not oh, well, you can copy them by just I believe those are part of your custom, your custom, your custom, you save your custom stuff. Okay, let me see. Let's go back here now to Daz Studio. Yeah, okay, now we're going to go to Window, Panes, MoPath. Okay, create a MoPath node. Okay. We're going to put this here. Let's see, can I do this now? We're going to go with a... All right, segments will go 20 and 20. All right. And accept. There's that. Now let's do a quick animation with a timeline. We'll go 200. That's the news. 200, okay. And we're going to add a keyframe. I'm getting really good at this. Move this over. Z. Not the MoPath, the cone. All right. And this one up. All right. Over. And down. And back over here. Okay, now we click play and see how that works. Okay. Now we stop that. Go back to the beginning. Now we select MoPath, create. Okay, now we go to our parameters here. And look at that. This actually doesn't cut that one off. Now cone. Yes. Accept. And here we go. And all right, now we have to set up the okay, we have to go into texture shaded to see the path. Okay, there's our path. And I'm just tempted to edit this because that's what we would do. Oh, look at this. See, now we have... Okay, now we actually... It's not reversed like before. MoPath looks like it's actually working correct like his did. Okay. All right. This is kind of nice, people. Oh, but it does still move by itself. That could be my mouse, like I said. I have a vertical mouse. Okay, so I don't know. Look at this. We have nice big handles now to grab a hold of. I have a feeling this is going to work, but whether if... Okay, now that just got kind of moved all by itself too. This one here, you can actually see the handle. These green ones don't show up very well, but okay. This is kind of cool where we can use these to actually bend them out, okay, like to make it circular like this so that it goes around in circles. So it doesn't like this. I have a feeling this is going to work. Oh, see, it's just going all by itself. Okay, and then this one. See, this wasn't giving me, in the edit mode, it wasn't giving me these big... The only thing that I've really done was change the layout. So now Daz can say, oh, all you've got to do is change your layout back to default and everything will work. Yes, we've been working hard to fix that. When it was Art that figured it out. How to fix the model pose female, how to fix it. Okay, let's see. How to fix model pose female, how to fix it. I'm not sure what you're asking, okay? Model pose female. How to fix it. You have to explain it out a little bit more, Dean, and I'll see if I can help. Today I seem to be not very good at helping, but all right. So now, okay, this is kind of, now I have to go back out of edit mode, and I have to now set the completion. So we set a keyframe here, and then we set this to the end. We set completion at 100%. Add a keyframe here. Now when we go back, completion should take us back to 0. Yep. Okay, are we ready now to convert this to keyframes? Nope. See, that's not fixed. So it just doesn't convert to keyframes. Not sure what did that, but that kind of sucks. So now I could open this back up again. I will bet you that that this convert doesn't work either. We go to scripts, dev. Now we put in the dev load figure, Genesis 9 figure. It will not work with MoPath installed. So this problem is not the fact that it was working. Now MoPath may be corrupting the layout. Okay, I don't know, all these crashes and stuff that it's doing. Okay, so let's put in now a Genesis 8 figure. Smart content, default, figures. Let's find a Genesis 8 figure. Okay, this is Bruno. Let's put him in. How to fix model pose female. How to fix model pose female. How to fix it. No, I'm having trouble. Okay, we're going to call this Bruno 1. Now let's go up here. Mesh Grabber, I haven't had any problem with, even with MoPath in. Mesh Grabber still works, but we're gonna go into Mesh Grabber here in a minute. Okay, so this is still now working. Okay, I can't say, this is the part that usually crashes right here, is when I click convert. It gets about halfway up through. and then Daz crashes because of this MoPath being installed. It's gonna crash. And so all I'm gonna do is just uninstall MoPath. See, it crashed. And watch when I click on more, all right, and I go here and pull this over here, MoPath. See, it says, and we're not using MoPath. We're not using it for anything. It's saying that is the module that made it crash. So if I uninstall MoPath, the figure converter will work again. So that's an oddity. So we have to open this back up. I'm done messing with this right now. Art has solved my problem where he got figure converter working again for me by just updating, by changing my layout. Seems to have fixed it. So I'm going to go back into Daz. I'm just going to get MoPath out of here, uninstall it. I'm not going to test it again. And I'll go in and we're going to play around with Mesh Grabber and see if it is still working. But I'm quite sure it is. So, all right, we're going to type MoPath. All right, and we're going to uninstall this. Uninstall. And then figure converter will work again. All right, that's what happens. Now, if it doesn't work again, then you have to go into here, because sometimes when it's all locked up, when it was locked up like that, you have to go into the C drive. Come on. Go into the C drive, go to program files, go to Daz Studio, C, Daz 3D, then go into Daz Studio 4 and go into plugins and make sure that it's called AB MoPath. Make sure it was taken out, because I had Typey. Typey was uninstalled, but the DLL was still here. Typey will do the same thing. Typey, so you have to have Alvin Bimar's MoPath, and you have to have Alvin Bimar's Typey uninstalled from Daz in order for the figure converter to work. Okay, I've just shown you what happens. Okay, and that's after updating my C++ library, and it's after resetting my layout. So let's go back in now. Let's play around with Mesh Grabber. This is why this Mesh Grabber is, I already own figure converter, and I had already converted all of my figures, my Genesis 8 figures and my Genesis 8.1 figures, and a lot of my Genesis 3 figures to Genesis 9, their shapes, so I could just put their shape right on Genesis 9. And so I already had that done. So it's just kind of it's just a lot of the stuff, new stuff that's in the Premiere version. I had it already. So the only thing I didn't have was Mesh Grabber 4. And the thing with Mesh Grabber 4 is that's enough for me to want to pay $20 a month just to have Mesh Grabber 4, because it means a ton of hair that I can't use because it looks stupid on my figures. I can now shape it a little and change the hair so that, and I'll show you how this works now. So we're going to let's put a figure. I need my old layout back. So I'm going to switch my layout just for the heck of it. Okay, so we're going to go to Windows so I can get at stuff. All right, so we're going to go to Workspace, select Layout, and I'm going to go back to this, My Layout. Okay, where I know understand stuff. Now we're going to put a Genesis 9 figure in. Now in this layout, this convert may actually work, where the other convert, I didn't really test this convert, where I was using the convert that I thought that was the kind of the new one. And so this is when I go figure, shape. See, this doesn't work. Okay, so transfer character shape. Maybe this one does. Okay, convert selected figures. Okay, I don't know. But all right, let's see now. All right, let's put a skin. Let's put a shape on them, which would be here. Let's see. Let's do Felix. I think Felix might be too muscular. I kind of just sometimes no, Felix is fine. All right, so then let's put some skin on Felix. What is the skin? Is right here, and we'll use Nathan just to get him some skin, and then we'll put some pants on him, and then we're gonna mess around with some hair, some dForce hair. Now, dForce hair, if you've ever tried to edit it with Mesh Grabber, it wouldn't work. What would happen is it was just you'd select the hair and you'd go to edit it, and the hair would, the minute you'd go into Mesh Grabber, the hair would unselect. Okay, now let's put some pants on him. All right, and we can pull this out a little bit now. And now let's find some hair. We'll go through the smart content hair. Okay, default. We can start with any hair, any dForce hair. I'm going to find one that was kind of puffy that bothered me, so that I can actually use hair that I haven't used before, because it just bugged me because of the way it was always, it was like just too weird looking. Let's see. And that goes for Genesis. Okay, I know what I want to do. Okay, Punky. We'll do this. The Punky hair. This has been a riddle for me for years and years and years. Okay, because, well, not that many years, like 3 years, 3 years since Punky hair came out. Okay, so we're going to use the Punky hair and put this on the Genesis 8 figure. And we're going to auto fit Genesis 8 male. All right, because Punky hair is actually really nice hair, but sometimes I just didn't want that little rat tail in the back. Now, I don't know if we can delete things. Okay, I haven't tried that with Mesh Grabber, but notice this little kind of rat tail thing in the back. Okay. This kind of bothered me here. All right, so can we delete stuff? Let's see. So now we go into okay, tools. Geometry Sculptor that's the new thing called Mesh Grabber. And now we're in Geometry Sculptor mode, but we have to go and find our tools. Window, panes, tools pane. Tools. Where is it? I know I have it here already. Okay. I think I closed it then. Tools, panes, let's try it again. Tools settings. Yeah. Tool. Okay, here it is. So we just click on this. Okay, this is, okay, now that's Genesis 9. We have to select the cap, and then we have tail undercut hairs, okay. Well, it crashed. Yay. Maybe it doesn't work with Genesis 8. Let's see, hair. This was working the other day. Punky hair may be our Achilles heel. Genesis 9. Again, it could be my layout. So it just doesn't like my layout. My layout could be like really old from old stuff. Okay, let's see. Put some shorts on. Let's put some hair. This is why I like these visual things. I can just put skins on, start them, put a shape on the figure, just really quick. Put a HDRI in the scene instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Right down through the change the eyes. All of these things are here. Body hair, beards, eyes, eyebrows. All of these are different things. I can just go right through and add them in. All right. So the shape, we had Felix's shape. That was a good shape. All right. We'll try a different hair than Punky. I'll mess with Punky's because I just don't want it to crash again. I'll mess with Punky's hair later. So we'll go with the Genesis 9 dForce. Punky's hair is dForce for definitely for sure. Let's see. That's the whole thing is it works with dForce hair. Okay, let's save this file. Save as scene. Okay, we're gonna go mesh test. Okay. Let's see what we got here. All right. Now we go here into our tool settings. That was another thing we had to do, but let's find some hair first. Hair. Okay. Okay. It has to be dForce. Let's type in dForce. I think it's what dForce is with a dForce or just dForce. Yeah, dForce. Okay, let's see what we can find here. All right, this red cats. This is dForce hair. Okay, so we're gonna put this on him. This hair kind of bothered me. It's like it has one style that I like because the top is too puffy. It's like just way too puffy on the top. All right, so let's see. We'll save this. And now we're ready to go back into Mesh Grabber here. We go back to the dForce. Hair cap, and that's the hairs. Okay, and then we go into tool settings. Where's the tool settings? There it is. We go to Geometry Sculptor. Click. All right. See what we have here now? Now I can just come in here and push this hair down like this. Push this in up here. Push this down. Now you wouldn't be able to do anything. Can you comb it down in the... What you can do is you can make this as small as you want, okay? So if I go down to like 2, all right, enter. See, then the selection area becomes smaller, okay? You can make it very small, all right? So we go here to... But I think I'm going to go back to like 5. Because that was kind of a good starting place. And see, now I can push this in a little bit like this. And it has like a, it like pushes the center in, but it doesn't push the sides in as much. Okay, and we come over here. Okay. All right, and then we take the top here and pull that in a little bit like this. No, I don't think that we have the comb ability, okay, Art? I don't think, but maybe, no, I don't think we do. I don't think there's a comb. But to just be able to kind of like tame it a little bit, move it to the way you want it to be. Okay, like this. All right, let's see what this looks like now in... It still looks like way too much. Like over here. And the question is, what happens when you save this hair? You know, can you save this hair and then bring it back in and use it on your other figures? See how that tamed that on the side a little bit? Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's go into iRay. Okay, we go just back to our... See, now that looks... Now that's... I can deal with that hair, okay? I think. Let's see what it looks like, and I just might have totally ruined it, but... No, see? Now this, see, that's... Now... That alone is worth $20 a month. Okay? Because that means all that hair that I have that I won't use on my figures because it's too puffy in spots, that hair looked ridiculous on him. Now look at that hair. And they do give you a version of this hair which is kind of, and it looks like it's all kind of greasy and flat and laid right out, okay? And all the other shapes, morph shapes that you can use for the hair, I don't like. But look what I just did with this. Now I could pull the back in and the top here. I didn't do anything with the back yet. But that looks nice. And it didn't take me that long to do it. And you think about like what if it's long hair and you want the hair to go over like a woman's breasts or you want to pull one side back. You can't do it with dForce hair. But you can do it with Mesh Grabber, the new Mesh Grabber. So I mean, this now, I can tell you this looks puffy on the side. This is okay. This now, it doesn't look too high, but it's still kind of puffy in the back. So we go with the Mesh Grabber, Geometry Sculptor, go back into here, grab a piece of this like here, and pull it in. Okay, and grab some of that, pull it down. And in. Okay, and then we take this side. We do the same thing here. Okay, here. Pull that in. Just make sure you have a hold of him and not the figure itself. Pull this in. Pull it down. Here. Okay. Okay, this right here. This mesh grabber, it works so well. It really, really, really does. Okay, I got to get the right one here. This. You end up pulling it in so far that it ends up going into their head, and then you end up with a bald spot. So you have to make sure you can pull it back out, but okay. And now let's go into see, it's like all I want is kind of some normal looking hair. I don't want this poofy, you know, Liberace hair, you know. That's the whole thing, is kind of you know, but all they seem to want to give us is this kind of weird Liberace hair, you know, and it's like, I just want normal guy hair, you know. So now this looks kind of normal to me, even from the back. See, now it kind of pulls in. I might have a little bit of puffiness up there that could come down. So, but this, the way this came into, the way it worked, it doesn't look like it's been all like kind of jammed and done something weird with. I don't know how that works, but it's just kind of like shrinking it. It's weird how this is working, but it's still, what's nice is it maintains the style. It works really, really well. And see, this part up here needs to come down a little bit, but I would use this, now this hair. Okay, I'm going to click save. Now, I wonder if I can save this hair and then bring it in, if it will save. And then I can just, when I need this red cat's hair, I have it all done. Because there's no way I would use this hair the way it was, okay? And they only gave me one, okay? So I'm going to try to save this, okay? File, save as, okay? Scene subset, I guess. Wearable preset, I guess we'd go scene subset, I guess. I don't see like a hair thing. Okay, so we'll just go with a scene subset. And then we'll, all right, this is in my saved items. Perfect. And I'm going to go red. K-A-T-Z, I think it was cats. Red cats. MG, I'm going to call it mesh grabber, edit. No, it's called, okay, it's not, okay, we'll call it MG4 for now. Edit. All right. We'll call it like that. Save duff. And then we're just going to turn everything off but the hair. And this. And save it. Okay. Now we delete it. And the cap. And I guess we could just bring it back in. I'm going to put a different shape on him just to see if it shapes to a different person. Okay, we'll Genesis 9, accept. Let's give him a different shape. Different head shape and all, and see if it shapes to him. Okay, there's a different guy there. Now we're going to go to... This would be in Smart Content. No, it would be here. And up in here to my Daz Studio. Okay, then my saved items. Somewhere in here, this would be scene subsets. Okay. Infinity Cove. What's in here? Well, scene. That's not that. Oh, there's two of them. All right, here it is. All right, here it is. Red Cat's Edit. Genesis 9. Now it says it's a set. So, I might have needed to save it as a wearable. I don't know. We'll try that too. What I can do is just undo until it comes back. Okay, it did. Okay, I think it brought another Genesis 9 figure in. Okay, so if we delete this figure, well, that's kind of weird. But we have the hair. Okay, so what? Hair and cap. Okay, so we unparent this. Let's delete this. And then we'll put in another dev load. Well, I guess I could have used the regular Genesis 9. And we parent it. Okay, and parent this to just like that. And oh well, let's undo this. Let's put a real figure in, unparent. Genesis 9. Let's put the so I can put a shape on. All right, this is working. So it's a way of taking the hair and fixing things you've never liked about. Because like that means that a ton of hair that I own isn't like in the trash bin. It's like I buy it and I put it on and it's like I look at the hair and say, because of that poof there and that poof there, I will never use this hair. And now I can say, I can fix that. And I can use that hair now. And some of those hairs are really, really nice, but because they were dForce and all, they just wouldn't let me use them. Okay, now I think I have to do the fit too. Fit dForce hair cap 2. Okay, and then we go to Genesis 9. Accept. And look at that. It fit right on. And then I put this some kind of any shape on here, and it's going to shape right to it. Let's use Matthias. Oh, I put the shape on the hair. Let's put the shape on the actual figure. Let's go with Matthias here. Okay. Look at that. And then we put some skin on. Let's put a different skin on him. Let's go with Dane's skin, the young Dane. Kind of thing, they'll be nice. All right, so it looks like it's doing nice, but I've got a little bit of poke through here with the cap. I wonder, I think probably with the cap, I've got some, maybe some, this would be in parameters, some morphs to just make it a little bigger. Expand the cranium, it's a little too big. Okay, hair cap, expand. All right, that's enough. That brought that cap out. Now what's bothering me here is the, let's put some pants on him. Okay, why are the pants looking like that? I don't think I put them on right here. Let's see, the pants. Or I think I put a pose on the pants. Where are the pants? I don't even see them here. Oh, I put them, they're in the cat. There's the base shorts. Okay, let's put some, we got to select Genesis 9. All right, let's put the pants on him. So this looks pretty good. So I am very, very, very pleased with the hair, the whole hair thing. Because this hair I can use, okay? Now, right now, I have, with this guy, we have to put a spotlight in the scene because my camera's blowing out his face. Okay, and now we can do something like this and bring this up like that and bring this over a little bit, bring this over a little bit, tiny bit like that. Draw settings, scene, and now we can put an HDRI in the scene. Let's try this. Yeah, I always put that in. I always think that's like gonna be, and it's like, well, that's kind of pretty, but, and that's from the front. Okay, so you can sense right now. Now, see that hair looks really, this is what I kind of expected the hair to be, you know? And now look what it is. I mean, it looks like I kind of mushed it down on the top, but it's 100 times better than what it was. Or maybe I could just give another little squish here and a little squish there and go around the sides. This from the sides, that looks fine now. From this side, all of that, this is just totally, it's there. It's finally got this, I finally got this hair the way I like it. And that means that it's like, okay, having Mesh Grabber means that there are now hundreds of hair products that actually I can use now. Now let's take this hair off and let's see if we run into that problem. Now Punky's hair crashed. Daz, let's save this. I've got the hair saved, all edited. Now in my scene subsets, just bring it in, delete the figure, and then pair it to the then parent it to and fit to. Okay, so let's see. Now let's find. We got hair here. Look, here's another hair. This is this is dForce hair. Look at that hair. See, so let's see. Can we fix this hair? It just. You know, I just wonder, like, what people are thinking about when they make this hair. Okay, this is for Genesis 8. Okay, we're going to go Genesis 8 male. Let's try it. I don't see any hair there. Okay, it might be hidden. Is dForce new shape or original shape? I'm not sure. The bigger question is dForce new shape or original shape. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So, okay, we go to parameters. Okay, okay, we got to go to parameters and turn it on so we can see the hair. I think that's in here. Visible in simulation, show bones. It's not that. Okay, it might be. Okay, we got to click this and click on the dForce strands maybe. Okay, free simulation. Okay, here it is. Preview hairs. On. Okay, now look at this. This is ridiculous. I mean, what were they thinking? You know, I just look at it. I mean, this is goofy. But what if I can take and pull this down a little bit? I don't even know if this is worth it because all they did was like comb it back. But the thing is because it's dForce, it means that you can't. that you can't edit it with Mesh Grabber. But with the new Mesh Grabber, maybe you can. So let's see. Translate. Mesh Grabber, Geometry Sculptor. Can we select it? Look at this. So yeah, and it didn't crash on us. Now maybe we might want to make this Mesh Grabber a little bigger. So let's go to 12. Okay, and we're going to just kind of grab it like here. And push it down like it should have been. You know, and in like this. Look at that, see? We'll push this in. And down. Automatic. All right, I might have this too big. Okay, we bring this in. Pull this in. It's kind of working. Okay, I want to pull this down. Okay, pull the back in. You got to be a little bit artistic with this. And I'm not sure if I'm that artistic with this. And I think I picked the very worst hair to try to do this with. Now I wonder if we have other strands that are part. No, okay. Okay, this might not work. Okay. You know, it's almost usable. Oh, how will it simulate? Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, let's give it a try. Give it a whirl. It may just crash. See, this is almost usable now. See what I'm saying? It's like, why didn't they give us hair like this in the first? What was up with that crazy hair? You know what I'm saying? Really? Now look at this. You see, this is usable. You know, I'm just saying, it's maybe not, and you know, and you're right, Serenity's Gate, to ask questions. What about putting materials on it? Will it take materials correctly? You know, there's all kinds of questions, all right, that we have. What will happen when we try to put materials on them? Okay, Daz just crashed. All that work gone. But I'm sure that they'll get better at it. So I had it perfect. But the thing is, I personally thought, I was, you know, starting to move that hair, and I thought, why did I pick this example? This is going to be a disaster. Okay? I am going to have egg on my face. But it actually worked. So There it is. I mean, you got hair you want to move out, move anywhere. You kind of want to put it in places. That worked really nice with the beard I tried to work with. You got those beards that hang down and you want to move the beard over or have it blow in the wind or something and it's dForce. Now you can. You cannot move a dForce hair with Mesh Grabber or... Welcome, Christopher. Welcome, friend. We are plugging right along. We did some stuff at the beginning, working with the new Premiere, and now we are working with Mesh Grabber to take and simulate what it's like to take hair that is... I think I'll just load my previous figure in. No, we'll load a new one. Okay, we'll load the previous one in. So open... new mesh test. And would you like to save changes? No. And what we're doing is taking and editing dForce hair. Because if you've ever tried to use Mesh Grabber or Geometry Editor, see, like what I would do, like somebody said, no more big hat day. It is worth trying. Yeah, so that's what we're doing is now also, if you guys noticed today that there were a bunch of new things with the, like, Daz is also giving us they're throwing the kitchen sink in and they're giving us all kinds of new stuff with the new Premiere version. How do these work? I mean, it's just, where are they? There's supposed to be some new shape stuff. Was that me? I meant simulation. Okay, yeah, we're going to play around. We'll see what happens once we use Mesh Grabber on hair. What happens when we add some simulation? I have to just turn off a fan. It's gotten a little cool in here. Okay. All right, now, what happened? I thought I loaded. Open. Did I delete the figure out of the scene? Mesh test. Okay, create. I guess I didn't load it in. So let's see what we have. Now this may come in with that. Okay, I had already deleted his hair. Okay, so now let's see what we have here. So we're going to put another hair product on and see what happens when we go dForce. Let's turn on type in dForce. And we already tried this red cat's hair, and I was able to, like, tame that down. And, okay, this one. This is dForce. This is another red cat's hair. And it was like the way that puffs up on the top, it's like, I'll never use this hair. It just looks poofy, you know? It just makes my figure look weird. Okay, so let's go to, this is for Genesis 8 male. All right, we'll do that one. I think it says 8 and 8.1. Oh, those are the sideburns. Okay. Genesis 8. I don't know. I think I have to click on the info to find out which one it was actually for. Maybe it works on both. Okay, so yeah, it's just like way too much on the top. You know, and this would be really nice hair if it didn't look so, you know, like way too much on the top. So let's, and so, you know, this all of a sudden hair that you would never use because it's just too much. And so, and they always do this. So let's see. Now we're going to take this hair. We're going to select it. Viscount hair. Select the hair part. The sideburns are fine. Okay, so we're going to go here now to Tools. Tool setting. Let's save this. So it kind of looks almost okay on him now, but let's see. Now let's find our tool settings and go into Geometry Sculptor. And here we go. We're going to just pull this down. And what's nice is it keeps the style with it. It doesn't mess with the style. It just kind of tames it. Well, this one's kind of messing with the style. I don't know. I don't know that I'm really doing it in an artistic kind of way. Okay. But I'm kind of on purpose, you know, not doing it in an artistic way to just kind of see if I can do it in a really quick way and just get it like, so to show somebody who's not really that artistic with it that it can be done. Okay. What's Jay streaming? I'm not sure today. I haven't been over there. But I'm sure it is something awesome. Okay, now we've got to pull this I just messed this right up. It's like worse than it was. But can I fix it? I'll push this in a little like that. Oh yeah, I just pushed it into his head. A little too far. And pull this up a little bit. And then this. You can kind of see what needs to be pulled in. And look at that. Okay, there's a little still puffy on the top here. Some of this over here. And pull this in a little bit. And look what we have here now. Let's go out of here. Let's save this. Okay. Now, I can use this. Okay. Now, I you know, there's a little piece here. Okay. There's a little bit more here. And you turn it a little bit and you can kind of see a few more spots here and there where you could kind of just pull this little piece in and pull the back in. Okay. The back is way too puffy as it is. Okay. So go back in here. Let's finish this hair kind of like Geometry Sculptor. This whole section in here, it's got to be pulled in. Okay. See, that kind of worked, but a little more. And this. Bring it down. Okay, this, bring it in. Okay, this has got to come up a little bit. Up, if I could get the darn handle. It's got to come up just a bit, okay. Bring this up a little bit, fill that in a little more. And I can't see what I'm doing here. Pull this back a little bit. Okay. And just a little tip on the end. It's out there too far. Okay. All right. Now you can make this little thing smaller. But the way this works, it is very nice. Okay, this hair is working. Save this. Now let's run a dForce simulation on it and see what happens to the hair. Does it just like go back? Oh, I lost my video. Now that I've got the fan off, my camera's too hot. Okay, let's see. I pulled this out. I will be right back. Just a minute. I think I gotta pull this TV out back here. Give this camera a little bit of. Yeah, my camera is quite warm here. Okay. All right, let me see. All right, let's see what we've got here now. We're going to move this around a little bit, see if we can get it to. See, now this hair I would use, okay? Now, and I can, what the thing is I'm not stuck with it. I can take and come in and just do little teeny pieces, like the little, pull that in a little bit there. Pull this little piece in. I can shape this the way I want it, but the way it was horrible, okay? It was something I wouldn't use. This I would use, okay? This looks really nice. It fits, it shapes his head. It shapes his face. This is pretty nice. So pull this down a little bit here, pull these, kind of tame this stuff down a little, just basically work on it, but it kind of looks a little bit windblown. What if we do a simulation now, okay? Let's see what happens. That was a very good question that we got. Blender and Daz need to team up for the next big update. So many things from both would greatly enhance both programs. The thing is with that, Christopher, is I don't want to render in Blender. I'm happy with Daz. That was why I said that Daz needed. That's why I went into the forums like 3 months ago, and said, please, we need Mesh Grabber 4. You need to make Mesh Grabber we need mesh smoothing tools. Now, look at, speaking of mesh smoothing tools, now I've used the mesh. Now I can come and smooth this hair now, okay? And let's see what happens when we go and smooth it. All right, because I've kind of thrown it all off and made it into a mess. But what if we go into the geometry sculptor, and I guess we just, how do we smooth? Oh, we go to this, smoothing. All right. Oh, no, I have to select, okay, the hair. Now it's probably going to crash, but let's see. Okay, apparently the smoothing brush doesn't work with, okay, hair cap, sideburns. Okay, so apparently the smoothing brush, we can only grab it and move it. We can't smooth the hair. Okay, and what about this one here? No, just don't fit him, but that's okay. There's things I can see right now, but this hair is kind of usable. Let's run a simulation and see what happens to the hair. Okay, I just can't imagine. I never understood why they would like put dForce on like short hair anyway, or like dForce chest hair. It's like, what is it gonna like fall a little bit? You know, it's just like, no. It's just, I don't understand why they do make hair dForce, other than the fact that it has all kinds of like, it has more like surface parameters sometimes. I just never understood why they made it dForce. And then you couldn't like use geometry. Like I could use geometry editor, but I can't because geometry editor won't work on this hair. So I can't just like chop these little hairs out and these few pieces of hair, like whatever. I can't do that kind of stuff with this. This is much better in my opinion. Now I might push this little piece over a little bit. Other than that, I think this is kind of good. Now there's a little, you know, it would be nice if the mesh smoother worked on it. So that's what we have to ask for, is like, could we get mesh smoother to work on dForce hair? So we're going to hit this simulate button and see what happens with the hair. Okay, that just kind of, see that, it's simulated, and it kind of, I think it relaxed it a little bit. And it didn't take the simulation back to the original shape and then simulate. It took it to, it took into consideration the mesh grabber stuff that I did with it. Yeah. So let's do another poofy hair. Okay, I'm going to save this hair. All right. I think what I'm going to do is undo the hair. Okay. So we're going to go this red cat's hair and unparent. And the sideburns. We'll keep it all together. And then we can delete Genesis 9. What happens? Okay, let's just save this. Red cat's Viscount hair, and the sideburns are there too, right? Yeah. So we'll go File, Save As, Scene Subset. That worked. And we'll go red cats. We can use this. Okay, we'll call this red cats Viscount. See, I can still go in and edit this. Okay, Viscount hair, the mesh grabber 4 edit. And then we just click on all, unclick on all this stuff. And there it is. How'd your stream go yesterday, Chris? Yes. Okay, getting ready to go out of town and probably away from the interweeds for the next 3 weeks. Wow. That is a long time away from home. Very nice. Very cool. Very cool, cool. So now we can delete this hair, and we'll bring back in another Genesis 9 figure. And I want to do another mesh grabber session with another dForce hair. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing is we're rescuing hair from the bad hair kind of artistry that it seems like they're always making the hair like way too much. Okay, so what we're going to first do is put some pants on and then give it a guy shape. Let's go with Gareth. And then we're going to go with some skin. We've got to put some skin on them. And I guess that's okay. His eyes are in the wrong kind of thing, but let's give him some skin. We'll go with Thomas. I'm going to leave his eyes like that. I just don't want to take the time. I am using a 4090, yes. So, and as soon as that 5090 comes out, I'm going to get, as soon as I can get my hands on one, I will be upgrading to a 5090 and putting this 4090 in my streaming computer. Okay, that's, all right, let's put some hair on him now. Yes, a 4090. So we're going to find another hair that doesn't look that, now this is dForce here. I think I had some problems with this hair because it was like perfect hair for except near the back. Okay. Now, see, I would say up on the top, it's just a little too high. See that? It just kind of looks kind of goofy. And so we go back, we find the hair. And, okay, I guess this, it's the hair and the cap and all of that together. Okay, this is dForce hair, so we should be able to do something with this. Maybe it doesn't really even have a cap. Sometimes they don't. Let's see. Now we're going to go into tool settings. And, okay, we have the sculptor. Oh, this is letting us sculpt the hair. The other one wouldn't let us sculpt. Okay, let's go back. Now we just want to go into the move. What is it? Polygon selection. This was... Now I forgot which one we used. Okay. All right, this one. Okay, but we, all right, that's not right. That's not, oh, we've got to go, okay, undo that. We've got to go into texture shaded, Control L. We'll turn on some light here. And let's see what we got here. What? Now it's not selecting, I don't know what's wrong here. Okay, this is geometry editor. We don't want that. We want geometry sculptor. Okay, that's, I think, it. Now this one isn't quite working. Let's go to 12. See, it's not like lighting it up like the other one was. And this might be because, okay, because we have a hold of the skull cap, Z. So what we need to do is find out which one of these is the actual hair. hip. One of these is going to be the hair, maybe. Well, this kind of sucks that... Neck, maybe it's the head. Upper teeth, what head? No, it's still pulling the skull cap. Where is the hair? Anyone have any idea? Isn't this kind of weird? So they found a way with Genesis 9 to like bypass mesh grabber. The new mesh grabber here. So what about if we try this? Okay, now this is still smoothing the skull cap. Maybe there's another thing here. Oh, there it is. Oh, I remember. For some reason, this is the first time I've ever seen these two pieces. So you just put this into there. They don't have the hair and the skull cap. Like, all right, we go to this. Okay, they don't have them parented. Okay, so this is the hair. Okay, so now we go back to this. Which one is it? Okay, we go out of there. Here is it? Which one? Okay. All right, now let's see. Okay. So we make this back to 5. Now we pull this, the front in, which kind of looks dumb. I mean, I know people who actually have their hair look like this. I wouldn't be caught dead with hair like this. It's like it just needs to be kind of fixed. Now, all right, we take the top here. Pull this down. Pull the sides in. I don't know why it blows out like that. Okay, now I think I pushed that in too far. Z. Okay, I think I've still pulled this in too far. Okay. Let's bring the top down a little bit, like here. Okay. Now that's got to come back up a little bit. It's strange how it doesn't really represent the way it is, but okay. Because I've like pulled that out too far. Okay. Okay, now it's not letting me select the top of the head. It might be up here. Okay, yeah. There it is. Okay. Okay, that's the back. It's not letting me select the front. There we go. Let's pull this in a little bit. Okay, and let's see. Let's see what we got here now. This side thing, just a tiny bit. Okay, let's go out of here. Let's now go into... There we go. It's still boy band hair, but it looks like it fits him better. We got a little bit of a spot here, but there you go. This is it. This is what we're talking about. It's being able to take this, it works. Now this, I'd say go back in here, and there's just one little spot here that's got to come down. And let's see, go here to Geometry Sculptor, back to this, get this piece here. Oh, that's it right there. Just bring that down a little bit. And in. Okay, let's try that. Back to this. Look at that. See, now I can use this hair, okay? See, I couldn't use it the way it was. Now there's a little piece of tuft in the back here. See, and I think I may have pushed this down too much here. So, and maybe if I pull that up, I won't need to push this down so much. So, we go here. Geometry Sculptor. Okay, this has got these eyes are way out of alignment. Let's get in a little closer. I think it's because they're too small. Okay, I should know this. I should know better than to try to do this. Because they're just too small, okay? And they have to be made bigger. Just a little bit bigger. Okay, so yes, they push all of that. Yes, but then you have to bring it back in. Okay. And I know how to use Blender's smoothing tools and all of that. And I don't know that actually Blender's smoothing tools would have worked as well because, Christopher, when you bring the hair back in, it has to match the weight mapping of the figure, okay? And Blender's weight mapping is different than Daz's weight mapping for the figures. So it's not as easy, and it's the same thing with clothing and the thing is that this is done right in Daz, which means I don't have to like export the figure and export the hair and figure out, you know, and then when the export box opens up, yeah, right, and the thing is now it doesn't need that. we have the smoothing tools. We have the we can edit like for clothing, and the thing is that according to I believe some of the documentation that I have read, there's a way to save like this. What I just did with the hair, I can save that as a morph, and then I can take that morph and just take the original hair and just morph that change into the dForce hair, and then I don't have to edit it or import this in. I can just take and put the hair in and use this mesh grabber morph. Now what I don't see here, okay, is now I think I fixed the eyes enough, okay, so they look okay. All right, so what I don't see here in this program, we will save this, is when we go down to this hair here, and we go Galvesco hair, okay, Galavero hair, we go into here and into the Geometry Sculptor. What I don't see is there should be something that says save-morph, okay? And I don't see it here, all right? And that is a very big disappointment. Right, but the thing is that when you save it as a morph, you can animate morphs. Morphs are animatable. Okay? So if you want the hair to kind of, while your character is flinging their head around, okay? If you want their hair to fling, okay, I can use this mesh grabber and fling his hair over to the side, create a morph, and then later down the scene, down the road, right within Daz Studio, I don't have to export the figure out to Blender, create a morph, bring it back in, and go through all that FBX, crazy stuff. It's like, and what is that? Oh yeah, it's like plus is like 1 is the import, and it's like times 100 to bring it into Blender or whatever, and all that other crazy stuff. Oh, do I combine the mesh? Do I all of these the text collapse all that crazy stuff? Okay, you don't have to deal with that. You can do it right in Daz. Is Art going to... Oh, Art, you have a good night. Thank you for being here. You've been here for, 4.5 hours. Thank you, friend. Well, yes, just leave comments on the videos. If you can't make it to the live stuff, just leave comments if you can, and give us an update, and I'll tell everybody in the live videos that you've left comments and everything. I read all the comments. So there again, it's just to export things out and export things in. By the time you've done that, you've kind of lost the magic. So, well, just let us know how you're doing, buddy, okay? And how things and have safe travels. Very Serenity Gate nailed it. Safe travels to you, friend. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I agree, Chris, but there are some things that like when I sometimes in Daz, when you do an animation, you almost need to use Mesh Grabber on a per frame basis, okay? Because when they lift their arm up in the air, okay, and all of a sudden their shirt does something weird underneath it, well, you stop at that frame and you use Mesh Grabber and you create a morph there, all right? And then you switch to the next frame, and it completely flies out again into another mess where you got to go and use Mesh Grabber again. So that means exporting your animation into Blender frame by frame by frame. And I don't know if you've ever done that, because I have. All right? And when you bring them back into Daz, sometimes the weight map throws off the geometry, okay? And so it's like you're stuck and say, well, what do I do now? All right? And the thing is you got to be able to do it all from within. No, that's the thing, is I don't like to do it in post, Christopher. Yes, you're very right. You can do it in post. You can fix, the thing is that we need these tools. We need these. See, I was able to do his hair right here in Daz, and it wasn't that hard, okay? To do his hair and get his hair right here in Daz. Okay, and this hair is still, what's really nice about it is I can still go into the surfaces. Okay, here up to the surfaces. And we have all of these. I can still make his hair thicker. I can give his hair clumping. I can still do all of that stuff here. It's like I went back and remodeled his hair here, right here. Okay, I remodeled his hair. And that's really cool. And then I can, if this is dForce, now I've got his hair kind of where I want it. So we'll save this. And then I can just run a simulation on it and kind of have it like normalize itself a little bit. And let's see what happens when we run a simulation. See, but right now I have 24 gigs of video RAM, which means I can bring two figures in to the scene. I can bring in a massive environment. I can bring in the HDRI. I don't have to render the background, okay, into an HDRI, because you know what happens when you do that? Then the grass isn't in front of their feet. When you render your ultra scenery, the grass is like when they step on the grass, it looks like they're stepping on a picture. You know, it's just, even though it does have ground, it just doesn't, like the grass doesn't go in front of them, okay? This, I'll take you to the Daz library. Nobody really liked my picture in the Daz library. I think either, you know, and I agree the character isn't that great. I think his face just kind of looks a little funky, but it took quite a while to make this. Okay, we're actually going to go to our to the newest, and I'll show you because I made a video of this, so you guys probably have already seen this art, but I'll show you. Speaking of art, we lost Art. He's gone to bed. So, all right, now we're going to go. I think it might be on page 4. I think they put out a bunch of stuff. Here it is. I mean, this right here, this is what I mean. None of this had to be. Look at how many trees are here. And look at all these trees. They're low poly trees, okay? But look at how many trees are on that island. And then this is like about 3,000 pieces of grass. Now, if I rendered this, yeah, well, the thing is that, yeah, you can. The thing is that you lose something from. It's like right now, this scene has 2 HDRIs. Okay, this in the background, I believe. No, maybe I didn't. Okay, I didn't put a plane here. This is just one HDRI in here. But sometimes what I'll do is I'll put a plane in the background. It's just, all right, at this point, Christopher, I don't need to render the background as an HDRI because I can usually fit almost any scene that I tried to make in 24 gigs, okay? So if I wanted to put another figure here, even though I've got 3,000 pieces of grass and I've got all of these, you know, another 10,000 trees or something here, I could still put another figure in here, okay? Like laying in the grass or sitting beside him or a tiger or some kind of spirit animal or something. Without rendering the background, I never have to do that because I have 24 gigs of, even with my 3090, it had 24 gigs, and the 5090 is going to have 32 gigs. So it does what Daz can do and push on it. Maybe we'll be able to smooth it. I didn't see, like, again, we go into Mesh Grabber into Daz here, and what I don't see here, if for the hair, okay, we go to the hair cap and we go to the hair itself, okay, this is what I was saying, is that in, we go to tool settings and we go back to Mesh Grabber, to this geometry sculptor, which is Mesh Grabber 4. Where is the place to save this, to save the morph? Okay, I don't see one, but if we switch to Mesh Grabber, here, look at this. Okay, I don't see, now I don't see a way to save a morph. It says load morph, but it doesn't say save. There's supposed to be a way to save these morphs in Mesh Grabber 4. Maybe they didn't get to it yet. That's another thing. That's very, very important to be able to save these morphs, and I don't see anything here that lets you save it. So we got to get on them. We got to say, hey, because you can't animate. Like if I this hair won't stay. Like the next frame, it'll kind of go, I think it'll go back to the way it was because it's not a morph. It's the only morphs can be animated. Okay? And so this is only a single frame solution right now. And it has to be, for animation, we have to have a place that says save this morph. So that when you go to like 3 frames down the road, okay, and the hair kind of just like goes out of, and you need to bring the hair back in, then you bring the hair back in and you save that morph. Okay? And so each morph gets saved as a keyframe. Okay? And you can dial in and dial them out as you kind of sort of need them. And then when you go down a few more frames and the hair goes all kinds of haywire, then you edit it with Mesh Grabber and you save that morph. And the computer figures the in-betweens, the tweens between the morphs. That's not here. It's supposed to be here. They said it was going to be here. I know I read that you would be able to save the Mesh Grabber into morphs, and it's not here. And when I go into the other Mesh Grabber, I thought, oh, well, just save it in here. And it's not here. Sorry I didn't make a scene today. I'm just kind of, I'm still trying to learn this stuff, and I don't have any kind of, I don't have any inside track, on, like there's so much here that I don't understand. Like there's supposed to be, let's take a look at this figure. There's supposed to be shapes. We're supposed to have a shape thing. Okay, that's the hair cap. Let's go into Genesis 9. Now they gave us some kind of shapes. And if I go into parameters, pose controls, tools, utilities. See, I don't see anything new here. Actor. When I go through here, well, there's these things, but I think I bought those. And there's a ton of stuff in here. Do we have any new shapes? No, see, these are all shapes that I've bought. Thomas, yeah, none. I don't see any new shapes. Where are they? There's the shape transfer, and there's only 4 of them in there, and those are ones I put in. So, where's the shape? They're supposed to be. Oh, and they might be part of. Okay, I have an idea. Let's see, essentials. Okay, so we got this essentials, Genesis 9 starter essentials. But if we go to default and click on all of this, okay, we have the expansion. Okay, and we go down through the expansion, and I know what's supposed to be here, and there's no shapes. There's no new shapes there. But we go back, we select the starter essentials, scripts. Okay, this is basic foundation. These I don't remember, but maybe they. Look at this. This is for skin tones. Let's see what happens when I select that. Okay, let's I can't tell if that changed his skin color or not. Oh yeah, that's different. It's warm honey. Okay, see, I don't remember these. I think it just tones his skin. Espresso. Yeah, see, this is, that's new. I think. Basic foundation makeup. Okay, look at this tune stuff. Okay, I think I just bought that today. Okay, these are animation, tune animation. I wasn't too interested in that, but they've added a ton of stuff in here now. Those were here, these poses. Now these are the basic shorts. And see, so I'm not seeing the shapes that we're supposed to be getting. Okay, they were supposed to, and all of this I recognize. The tune stuff is all new, but they were supposed to be getting something about this shapes thing. And now this whole this camera manager, you got to read. We got to read the. There's an open the PDF manual. Okay, there's that, and we go edit, figure. Okay, I don't see anything that says shapes here. Shape. Now this doesn't work. Okay, it's this one that works now. This convert, because that one stopped working. Geometry maybe in here. I don't see anything. So I want to tap into what's new. You know, I want to explore what they've done here and learn what's new so far, so that I can complain and say, well, we need this too. Like with the mesh grabber, it's like, why can't we save the morphs? You know, I'm going to be right there saying, and they'll say, all right already. We know. You've already told us. So, but I'm going to be right, you know, I want to be right there at the forefront. And like right now, just fixing this hair, it's like, this is a big one, because this hair was kind of unusable. It looked horrible on my figures. And now it's like, now I can save, now I've saved this hair, and it looks pretty good. It works, I guess. So it's still kind of, I'm not sure if it's quite there, but I think it's better than it is when you just put it straight on him. So and it still looks kind of puffy up here, maybe a little bit. So stuff that you can fix. All right. So just at this point, it's a matter of getting. I'd like to see a button. Now, I've asked them for this, okay? So look for it, because the things I usually ask for, they kind of do, all right? And so one thing I asked for is that there would be like a button, some kind of button we push. And what it does is just instantly takes your scene and it saves it in some other place, and then it converts everything in your scene into like low res everything. Low res textures on the skin, low res textures on the hair, low res textures on everything in the scene. And then it takes all the geometry and it lowers the resolution of so you can set up your animation. You can set and do all the animation stuff to some degree. You can and then you push a button right before you render it, and it brings back all that resolution, and then you can render your animation. Now, would it work? Because like you lower the resolution of like a pair of pants like this, and then if you use mesh grabber on it, it doesn't have the same geometry in it. It's not going to, I don't know what would happen. Then when you bring all the geometry back, would your mesh grabber smoothing apply to the new geometry? And that's another question altogether, whether if it would work or not. So thank you, people. I got 7 troopers that are hanging on and watching this video tonight, and this was kind of like right off the get-go. This is my first video while I'm monetized. I just wanted to come in and see if I could figure out some of these. We got this BJ Camera Manager. I'm gonna have to read on that what this is. But there again, I think this has a lot to do with different angles of your scene, and so you can render different angles, and that has to do with storytelling. So I think the most important thing for me right now is, and Serenity's Gate, congratulations on starting your subscription. I hope it treats you well, my friend. I hope it treats you well, and that it doesn't become a burden for you as it might seem like it could. And so Art, I hope Art can come back in soon. Thank you, people. And I will look into finding out more about what I can. There's got to be something written somewhere. That's another thing that we need to do is get a list. These skin colors tones are really nice because I think it still keeps all of the detail of the skin. It just changes the tone. This is really nice because sometimes if you put like your figures in white light or something, or like in a red room, sometimes you want a bluish skin to kind of offset the red so that everything around them looks red, but they still look like have human tones because you like completely offset the red in their skin. So that's some really kind of stuff. So this still has all that the texture from their skin. It just changed the tone. That is nice. And that's in your essentials here. So take care, people. You know, I could talk and talk and talk forever. So thank you for being here. When this plays, you know, it's getting near the end. I might play it a few times. Thanks. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notification. The comment section on this video is for you. You can leave me questions. You can leave me things that you find. Good night, Angus, and thanks for being here. Thanks for being here tonight, friend. And can I start this again? I got a few things I want to say just while we're tying things up. In the comment section, if you find something out, if you find and say, hey, I just found out where the shapes are, or I just found out how to do this, or that it comes with this, even if you think I might already know, put it in the comments of the video and say, I just found this. You can write as long a thing as you want. Okay, I will read it, and it helps me so that when I can come back in, I don't seem like I'm an idiot and I don't know what the heck is going on. So that's so I have something to offer people, and you guys can help. Okay, so put stuff into good night, Serenity's Gate, Angus, Christopher, and we've had some really nice people here tonight. It's all good. We've had Art here. Chris Cox, you're probably still hanging around. If you are, thank you for being in here and hanging out as long as you have. And we also had Michael Whaley here. I'm not sure if he's still here. And we also had Leo DeGrantz. Thank you, Leo. And he says, it looked like Michael Serenz. I think this is my actor here. Well, it was when he had a slightly different shape. He did look like somebody, and I couldn't put my finger on it. So thanks. And Paul, if you're still here, welcome. And thank you for hanging out as long as you had. I think he's gone to bed because he's in Denmark. And that is that's what, 6 hours ahead of my time. So it's probably early in the morning. And Dean Rock, Boy Gaming, thank you for being here. We had Hans here as well. And Eve was here. I'm not sure if you're still here, Eve, but welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you very kindly. And I hope I have mentioned everyone. I think I found that we had Kemet here. Kemet Comic was here as well. I need to make a list of people so that I just want to thank you all for being here in the chat and hanging with me, and very much so. Take care, and I will see you in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. I am Rex Red saying so long for now. Bye-bye, enjoy, and happy rendering, okay?